And also would like to explain my appreciation to our organizing committee member, Mr. Hasnam Putra, and also for masterfully organize and administrative aspect of the program and prepare the program books and online meetings. Thank you very much, Mr. Hasnam. And also for Professor Dr. Eng Lofdison, was pivotal in facilitating IPA proceeding submission process. And also for Mr. Ismet Hari Mulyadi, Mrs. Lega Putri Utami, and also our event organizer coordinator, Ms. Dr. Insinyur Oknovia Susanti. Thank you very much, Bu. And our deepest thanks to the head of Mechanical Engineering Department, the Dean of Engineering Faculty, and Director of Universitas Andalas for their unwavering support through the conference and publication process. And all organizing committee members, including our students, who have helped us for this detailed important aspect of this conference program. We would like to also thank to our rector and dean for who fully support to us to hold this conference. May all your contribution and effort be rewarded by Almighty God. Amin ya Allah. Thank you very much for all participants, and I apologize if any our service do not satisfy for you. And happy online seminar, and see you in the next meeting in Icommet 3, inshallah. Maybe I think that's all. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Mr. Dr. Engineering Insinyur Dendi Adi Saputra, STMT, for the speech.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for us to hear the welcome remark, which also will be the official opening for this international conference. Please welcome the Dean of Engineering Faculty of Andalas University, Professor Ikhwana Elfitri, PhD.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah alamin. Salatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin. Asyhadu an la ilaha illallah wa la syarikalah. Asyhadu anna Muhammadan abduhu wa rasuluhu la nabiyya ba'dah. Good morning everyone. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude for the opening of this conference this morning and say thank you to all of you who attend this event and who contribute to the successful of this conference. We specifically address appreciation to keynote speakers, Dr. Nuwong Cholakop from National Energy Technology Center, Thailand, Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa from Sunway University, Malaysia, and Dr. Hek Fanak from Kanazawa University, Japan, and Professor Dr. Uyung Gatot Safrawi Dinata from our own university, Universitas Andalas. A massive thank you we send to Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa and Dr. Nuwang Cholakop, who are joining us inside this room today coming from Thailand and Malaysia. Thank you, sir. And the Department of Mechanical Engineering is the host of this conference. I can proudly inform you all that the Mechanical Engineering Department at Universitas Andalas has a bachelor program that is accredited by ABET, American Board for Engineering and Technology. And this study program is one of the best in our country, Indonesia. Thanks to all professors and academic staff who have contributed in the advance and progress of this program and the department. And a big thank you to the head of mechanical engineering, Dr. Devi Chandra, and the committee of this conference, Dr. Dendi Adi Saputra. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope this conference will be a good event for all academics and researchers to share knowledge and experience. Thank you again to all of you who will make presentation in this event. Let us officially open this conference with Bismillah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We will have a gong as well later. And thanks and have a good and meaningful conference. For all of you coming from abroad or other cities, I hope you enjoy your time in Padang City. Thanks again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Langsung.
As for this opening ceremony, we would like to invite some of the audience representatives to join Professor Ikwana on stage to begin the ceremony.
The Chairman of Research Institution and Community Service of Andalas University, Associate Professor Dr. Ing Uyung Gatot Safradi Dinata MT, Head of the Mechanical Engineering Department, Insinyur Devi Chandra PhD, Chairman of Icommet 2023, Dr. Engineering Insinyur Dendi Adi Saputra MSTMT, and also our keynote speakers, Professor Nuang Chulakop and Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official opening of this Icommet will be conducted by striking gong, a traditional instrument as a symbolic gesture to mark the opening of this ceremony. Let us start the countdown together from 3,
2,
1.
Let's give an applause. Ladies and gentlemen, the second International Conference on Mechanical Engineering for Emerging Technologies 2023 is now officially open. Let's give an applause.
Thank you so much for our representative. Now we are going to take a brief to take some documentation. Okay, please, sir, if you may stay on stage to all of the representative earlier. We will have another documentary session. We would like to invite all of committee and lecturers from Mechanical Engineering Department of Andalas University to join the representative on stage. To all committee and lecturers from Mechanical Engineering Department, We would like to kindly requested you to join the representative on stage to take some documentation. And all committee. Okay, now we will take another documentary session. We would like to invite all of the participants in this Icommet to join, and also the committee, to join the representative to take some photo session. To all participants and committee. Please, to all participants, we would like to kindly requested your presence to take some photo session. Thank you to all participants and representative for the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, with the exclusive and rich with profound values from ancient history, once again, we will bring one of those amazing cultures in front of you. This time, there will be a performance of a traditional Minangkabau dance using plates attributes. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the performance of Minangkabau traditional dance, Tari Piring, performed by Sarai Sarumpun.
Let's give an applause for Tari Piring. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, before we move to our next session, it is only wise for us to praise God the Almighty for His blessing and guidance so that we can all be here to attend this international conference. Let us hear dua recitation that is going to be delivered by Farhan Lerimansyah. To Farhan Lerimansyah, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us bow our head for a moment. Pray to God, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, so that our international conference can be precious to all of us. I will lead this prayer based on the teaching of Islam, and those who are not Muslim, you are pleased to pray according to each of your beliefs. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin. Hamda yuwafi ni'amahu wa yukafi'u mazidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalali wajhikal karim wa azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala sayyidina Muhammad wa ala ali sayyidina Muhammad. Allahumma ighfir lana dhunubana wa liwalidina wa lil muslimina wal muslimat wal mu'minina wal mu'minat al ahya'i minhum wal amwat. Innaka sami'un qaribun mujibud da'wat ya qadihal hajat. Allahumma inna nas'aluka salamatan fid din wa afiatan fil jasad wa ziyadatan fil ilmi wa barakatan fil rizq wa taubatan qablal maut wa rahmatan 'indal maut wa maghfiratan ba'dal maut. Allahumma a'idzal islam wal muslimin. Allahumma ansur ikhwaninal muslimina wal mujahidina fi Filistin. Allahumma ansur ikhwaninal muslimin wal mujahidina fi Filistin. Allahumma inna nas'aluka ilman nafi'an wa amalan salihan wa rizqan wasi'an halalan thayyibah wa shifaa'a min kulli da' bi rahmatika ya arhamar rahimin. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzaban nar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Farhan Lerimansyah, for the prayer.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will take a brief break for morning tea before we continue our next session, which will be the keynote speech by our extraordinary keynote speaker, Professor Nuwong Chalacop and Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa. To all participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let's take some break to morning tea. Thank you.
Padang merupakan sebuah kota yang memiliki keindahan alam dan masyarakat yang ramah. Sebuah kota yang sangat sesuai untuk menimba ilmu. Di kota ini terdapat sebuah kampus tertua di Pulau Sumatera, yaitu Universitas Andalas, dengan salah satu Kota Padang merupakan sebuah kota yang memiliki keindahan alam dan masyarakat yang ramah. Sebuah kota yang sangat sesuai untuk menimba ilmu. Di kota ini terdapat sebuah kampus tertua di Pulau Sumatera, yaitu Universitas Andalas, dengan salah satu Kota Padang merupakan sebuah kota yang memiliki keindahan alam dan masyarakat yang ramah. Sebuah kota yang sangat sesuai untuk menimba ilmu. Di kota ini terdapat sebuah kampus tertua di Pulau Sumatera, yaitu Universitas Andalas, dengan salah satu
bidang teknik. Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas siap mengembangkan potensi terbaik anak bangsa dalam dunia engineering. Di sini, mahasiswa diberikan dasar pengetahuan yang mendalam dalam bidang keilmuannya, yang tentu saja relevan dengan kebutuhan dunia industri. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga dibantu untuk mengembangkan soft skill seperti kemampuan komunikasi, kerja sama tim, dan kepemimpinan yang menjadi bagian integral dari kurikulum.
Dunia kerja saat ini tidak hanya membutuhkan individu yang memiliki pengetahuan teknis yang baik, tetapi juga mampu beradaptasi dengan cepat. Dan tentunya kemampuan tersebut diajarkan di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas.
Laboratorium terbaru, pusat riset, dan teknologi canggih mendukung proses pembelajaran dan penelitian yang lebih baik. Fasilitas ini tidak hanya menciptakan lingkungan yang menginspirasi, tetapi juga membekali mahasiswa dengan keterampilan praktis yang diperlukan untuk mampu beradaptasi di dunia industri nantinya.
Di sini, dosen-dosen tidak hanya memiliki pengetahuan yang mendalam, tetapi juga memiliki pengalaman praktis yang berharga, sehingga menjadi inspirasi bagi para mahasiswa untuk berinovasi.
Di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas, mahasiswa didorong untuk berpikir kritis, kreatif, dan analitis melalui tugas-tugas yang menantang dan aplikatif. Kurikulum yang diterapkan dirancang dengan memadukan teori dan praktik, sehingga mahasiswa memiliki pengalaman untuk menghadapi situasi nyata.
Setiap departemen di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas memiliki kurikulum yang dirancang untuk memenuhi kebutuhan industri, sehingga mahasiswa siap untuk menghadapi tantangan persaingan global. Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas melakukan pendekatan pendidikan yang holistik dan inovatif guna memastikan bahwa para mahasiswanya tidak hanya memiliki pemahaman yang mendalam dalam bidang keteknikan, tetapi juga memiliki keterampilan yang relevan dengan kebutuhan industri dan masyarakat. Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas tidak hanya menawarkan pendidikan yang berkualitas tinggi, tetapi juga sebuah perjalanan menuju pencapaian diri yang luar biasa.
Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas selalu berkomitmen untuk meningkatkan pelayanan pendidikannya yang didukung dengan SDM yang sangat kompeten, kemudian sarana dan prasarana yang sangat modern yang dibuktikan dengan diraihnya akreditasi internasional. Semoga Fakultas Teknik dapat menjadi salah satu gerbang Anda untuk meraih kesuksesan di masa depan.
Keseharian di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas tidak akan pernah membosankan, karena di luar jadwal perkuliahan, mahasiswa dibebaskan untuk memilih unit kegiatan kemahasiswaan untuk menyalurkan hobi dan bakatnya. Selain itu, mahasiswa juga dibebaskan untuk mengekspresikan diri dan saling berinteraksi, serta menghabiskan waktu luang di kampus indah ini.
Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas berkomitmen dalam menyelenggarakan pendidikan keteknikan sehingga mampu menghasilkan lulusan yang berkualitas, yang berdaya saing baik di level nasional maupun internasional. Bentuk komitmen ini kami buktikan dengan meningkatkan kualitas sumber daya manusia, kemudian juga dengan menyediakan peralatan dan fasilitas, apakah itu dari bidang pendidikan, penelitian maupun pengabdian kepada masyarakat. Dan terakhir, kita terus menjaga hubungan kerjasama dengan berbagai industri pengguna lulusan kita nantinya.
Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas terus berupaya mengembangkan diri dan meningkatkan kualitas kita. Saat ini ada 4 program studi di Fakultas Teknik yang sudah terakreditasi internasional. Kita juga baru saja membuka 1 prodi baru, yaitu prodi arsitektur. Kita juga terus meningkatkan kualitas SDM kita dengan menambah jumlah dosen berpendidikan doktor dan juga jumlah guru besar. Fakultas Teknik saat ini mempunyai jumlah dosen bergelar doktor terbanyak di Universitas Andalas. Dan di awal tahun ini kita juga mendapat anugerah dengan bertambahnya 5 orang profesor baru. Fakultas Teknik berkomitmen untuk terus berinovasi dan berkolaborasi untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Dengan segala fasilitas pendidikan yang lengkap dan modern, serta dosen-dosen yang luar biasa, Fakultas Teknik Universitas Andalas konsisten mempersiapkan lulusan yang berkualitas untuk menghadapi tantangan nyata di dunia profesional. Untuk kejayaan bangsa.
Langsung aja kata Pak Demdi. Enggak, aku umumkan dulu. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will start our session of keynote speech shortly on 10. Thank you.
On this first session, we have the Honorable Dr. Nuang Chulachop from National Energy Technology Center, Thailand. This session will be led by moderator. Please welcome our first moderator, Dr. Ajar Pratoto.
To Professor Nuong and Dr. Ajar, we kindly requested your presence on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, give an applause.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give an applause for Dr. Ajar Pratoto and Mr. Nuang Chulachop.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting everyone. So my name is Ajar Pratoto. I am with the Mechanical Engineering Department, Andalas University. Is actually the co-host of this conference. And I'm pleased to be a moderator for this keynote session, and we are fortunate today to have a wonderful speaker. And before we get started, let me briefly introduce our speaker, Dr. Kolakup. Misspell, no? Yes. It's all right. Well, he has received a Bachelor of Science with honors and magna cum laude from Brown University with a GPA 4 out of 4. So it's perfect. And then he received a Doctor of Philosophy from Massachusetts Institute of Technology in Material Engineering with Bioengineering minors with a GPA of 4.5 out of 5. Sorry, 4.9 out of 5. It's very incredible. And then he received regularly many awards from 2009 until 2018, and with numerous experiences either in the national level and international level. It's very numerous. It is hard to complete all the reading here, I suppose. And I see here also there are many peer-reviewed publications and the project. Well, this is a very incredible achievement. Let's give a big round of applause for Dr. Solomon. Well, we can start with the first presentation, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Professor. So once again, I'm glad to meet everyone. So good morning. And also thanks for the organizer, especially from Adalas University for inviting me. So I used to come to Indonesia for many times. You know, I have a lot of collaboration within the region, but this is the first time I come to Padang. And I remember when I talked to my friend, Indonesian friend last night that, now I have Padang food in Padang. So that's complete my mission yesterday. Thanks to Pak Dandi to show me the wonderful experience last night. So this morning, in the next 40 minutes or so, I'm going to share you something that we have been working in Thailand regarding the carbon neutrality. So the topic for today is basically how Thailand is moving forward on carbon neutrality, and also how we are trying to use the role of biomass energy. So can I have my slide on up here, please? Okay. So next, please. So basically, before I introduce the topic, may I show you a bit more on what is my organization. Next, please. Oh, okay. So this is all the wonderful speaker. Okay, next one. I think you skip a few slides. Just press one time, page down or something. No. So basically, we are under the Ministry of Higher Education, Science, Research and Innovation. I think you skip a few more slides already. No. Okay. So this is basically the structure. So we are actually I've been working with the NSTDA, that stands for National Science Technology Development Agency. In Indonesia, our partner is BPPT, so that's before they reorganized to BRINT. So basically, we are working as a bridge between university and also the industry. We are not from the university, we cannot keep a degree, but we work closely with the university to help them working in the research project with our national funding regarding on the infrastructure in the laboratory. So about 3 years ago, we got a cabinet approval to reorganize our research institute to set up this NTEC, which stands for National Energy Technology Center. Next, please. Okay, so this is basically a balanced, relevant policy that we are working on. So of course we have this near-term target on the SDG, Sustainable Development Goal in the year 2030, which is about 7 years from now. And then we have also the Thailand National Strategy. This is the strategy that we have been working on, I think, for the next 20 years or so. And then we have that every 5 years, we have the Thailand Economic and Social Development Plan. So this is the current one, is under the Plan 13. And then what I'm going to introduce you is a bit more on the BCG, which is stand for Biocircular and Green Economy. Next, please. So I think the theme of this conference moving toward the Industrial 5.0 perspective, right? And of course in Thailand we have this Thailand 4.0. I think this is all regarding our new industry development. If you look at each layer of policy in there, then you can come in the top row regarding many of the artificial and also the smart thing, IoT, and also the creative culture economy. But below that, we have also already identified some of the industrial focus that we are trying to work on it. And you can see that I highlight to be the S-curve. You know, the S-curve is basically the industrial revolutionize. We have the first S-curve and a new S-curve. The one that highlight in red is what we actually working on in our center. So we are working on, I think, mainly regarding the green industry, smart electronic, biofuel, biochemicals, and things like that. But of course, we also have other industry that are covered by other national center in our research organization. And below that, I think within the plan, we have this, what we call the relevant national plan, which is focusing on I think the platform regarding the electricity, alternative energy conservation, and things like that. Below that, we also have some of the national energy plan that we are working on. Of course, electric vehicle. I think in Indonesia, you're also moving quite a bit on this recent presidential decree. I think back in April regarding to promote the EV, and also we have the energy storage. The battery. We have the small power producer, which is trying to make the electric from renewable energy, and also we have a smart grid plan for that one. And below that, we have also this energy plan from the Thailand Ministry of Energy. So our center underneath basically the Ministry of Higher Education, but we are working close in hand with the Ministry of Energy that working as a technical arm for implementing the policy. And next, please. So this is basically the mission and vision. So we are trying to be a linkage regarding all the renewable energy technology, and especially also I think in this conference that we like to extend our invitation also to look forward to collaboration with among many ASEAN center partner from this energy perspective. Next, please. So in our center we have about 5 focus that we are working on. Of course, on the leftmost side is renewable energy, particularly solar. Of course, people know that solar electricity now is very cheap, but we would like to also making sure that when we're using the solar cell, the end of life cycle are taken care of. What to do with all those already expired or the degraded photovoltaic cell. And second column is on the battery. I think the energy storage will bridge up the gap of trying to integrate renewable energy into our existing usage. The third one is conventional energy. In Thailand, we use about 17% of renewable energy, so we still have about 83% that's coming from the oil and gas. And also we want to make sure that those oil and gas are used as a cleaner process, and also we're trying to apply some of those wells to be potential site for the CCU or CCS, in the future. And the fourth and the fifth one is basically energy conservation and also the energy efficiency that we are working on. Next, please. So that's the introduction of my center. Now I am going to talk to you a bit on how Thailand is working or actually looking into the carbon neutrality commitment. I think in these figures, I think you may see some of the variety of these many waves. I like this one particularly the most because it highlights the fact that on the left-hand side, you see the smallest wave, but that's actually the wave is from the COVID. And then from the COVID, you have also the economic recession after that, because of course, during the COVID, then things are shut down, and then people have to recover on that one. But bigger than the recession is actually climate change. I think if you hear the Secretary General of the UN, he speak earlier, a few months ago, that actually nowadays we don't have global warming anymore. We have global boiling because it actually more than hot, more than the warming. Because in July this year, that's the highest temperature on Earth in the past 100,000 years. So that's why he declares a global warming. And after that, when they talk to people working in the biodiversity, they're saying that if the temperature is increasing at a rapid rate, then the biodiversity may be in jeopardy, and that will lead to many of the things that we may not be apprehend in terms of the climate change effect. Next, please. So I think with all those things, this figure is actually showing you a world map of what is going on. I think the risk of climate change. I particularly like this one because actually it highlights, I think you can see the red box, in the lower left corner. That's actually Thailand. So Thailand, we are not we produce CO2 only about the 20th or 25th of the world, but we actually suffer top 10 list. And if you look in the top 10 list, those countries who suffer top 10 in the world actually are not emitting a lot of CO2. So this is the reason why I think in COP26, Thailand has also committed to carbon neutrality. And if you go to the next one, next slide will show you, next slide please. Then you show you that this is actually the stronger is a color, is a country where they emit more CO2. But if you compare between the previous slide and this slide, you see that these are not matching. Supposedly those who emit a lot should suffer a lot, but it's actually the other way around. And those who emit a lot, it's actually a global picture because it affects everyone. So only those who are vulnerable that can affect from the disaster. I think we experienced, I think last night in the dinner, we talked about we experienced the tsunami in 2004. But later on, we see a lot of things happening from the climate change effect. So next, please. So that's why I think with all that in consideration in Thailand in the COP21, so we actually announced the NDC, National Determined Contribution, and that is basically telling the world our responsibility of trying to reduce the CO2. Of course, we are still in the trapped in the middle income, but also we are trying to actually show the responsibility that because if you don't decrease, then it's going to come back to us. If last year we are number 9 in the world, but we don't want to move up in terms of the global risk map that has been identified by the German watching group. So if you look in this photo, it highlights many of the aspects how Thailand is committed to reduce CO2. If you look on the left-hand side of the circle, you can see that a lot of the fraction, 31 or 10 million ton out of 111 million ton, actually coming from the transport sector and energy sector. So in our center, we are also working with, I think, biofuel, which is also, I think, highlight in the red circle on the left-hand side that we are actually using more biofuel to reduce the use of fossil fuel. And I think also I work a lot with the BPPT regarding the use of biodiesel in Indonesia, about 30%, so that every single percentage of blending of the bioresource can actually reduce the CO2 footprint from the diesel, mineral diesel, and so on. And of course, I think you can see that you can promote also the energy efficiency in transport sector, especially coming from the electric vehicle. In Thailand, we're also trying to move forward this changing from ICE, general combustion engine, to electric vehicle. And that is also in the policy that I will talk a bit later on. So next, please. So this is COP21 in the Paris Agreement. And if you go next one, this is actually in COP26, where people have gathered, a few years back and say, NDC is not enough. How can we achieve the carbon reduction? We need to do more. So the word carbon neutrality and net zero are also introduced in the, I think, international meeting, and Thailand also committed. We are also extending, of course, our SDG goal, in the COP21 into the carbon neutrality by the COP26. And if you look in this infographic here, this is actually showing you what Thailand is doing, I think, in a circle. and also going that how we can achieve the carbon neutrality in the year 2050. It may sound like a long time, this is 2023, so 27 years from now. But if you look back 27 years ago and until now, I think you can see that things can happen in a faster rate. We have Moore's law, we have other those advancements in terms of the energy storage price has been dropping down like 10%, and we can also make this happen. So this is basically one of the target that Thailand is going to achieve in the year 2050 with the carbon neutrality. And with that, I think we also working on various aspects like renewable energy, electric vehicle. CCUS has been introduced, and we are hoping that to use some of those technology in our roadmap, which I'll show you later in a bit. So next, please. So with all those target, of course, it's easy to set a target, but it's more challenging how we can achieve the target. So this slide actually showing you the Thailand long-term low greenhouse gas strategy emission. So we are targeting, I think, the reduction of all the sector that we show on the graph on the right-hand side. If you can see that basically the pink region is actually national forest that has been a carbon sink in Thailand, and that has been an estimate to be about 120 million tons by the year 2050. And this is basically the maximum limit of our carbon sink, national carbon sink. But if you want to look at the big chunk, which is the greenish one, this is coming from the energy sector. And when we say energy sector from the IPCC, it's including transportation, it's including industry, and also including building. So this sector has to be reduced, but how? Then we have to use technology, we have to use some of the policy, we have to introduce something that we call the carbon trading, even in Thailand now. And of course, we have another, I think, color, you can see that in the IPPU, the agriculture, and also the waste. So with this kind of thing that is actually has been set in the policy level that we would like to reduce this energy sector of achieving the carbon neutrality. And if we go to the next slide, and then you can see that in a bit more detail for next slide. You'll see that out of all those graphs, that you see in the previous slide, then we have the scenario. Then we look at the inventory in the year 2016, and we are trying to be carbon neutral by the year 2050, and also again want to be a net zero by the year 2065. And how can we achieve that? Of course, it become dependent on the sector. It be energy, industrial process and product usage, utilization, agriculture. And this is basically how we can actually trying to look into this roadmap. And also we would like to also introduce, I think you can see on the right corner, this is actually coming from the carbon removal. So we're trying right now with the national forest, but we also thinking ahead. For example, I think in our oil company like Pertamina in Indonesia, we are looking at implementing the carbon capture storage in the dry well starting in the year 2040. But though that will come in terms of try to reduce the CO2 emission. Next, please. So all of this target in our Thailand plan, we also having plan to reduce the CO2. If you look in this slide, we have this power generation sector, we have transportation, and these are actually our layout plan of trying to reduce the CO2. If you look into the upper left corner in the sector that we are looking at the electricity or power, you can see that I put the red square box in the BECCS. And of course, I think CCS is also usable, but we also focusing on the bioenergy carbon capture. And I think we talked to Professor from Sunway already that maybe something on the pyrolysis or something that we can do, the biocoal, or something that we can actually use the existing resources from the agricultural sector in this region. And if you look on the lower right corner, that's actually coming from the transportation sector. So in Thailand, it's similar to other countries where we also promoting a lot of the electric vehicle. But electric vehicle only replace the passenger car. It's not yet up to the point where it can replace the transportation of the logistically for the good. In Thailand now we introduce electric bus, but electric truck is still quite limited. So during the transition, That's why we are promoting, I think, biodiesel, I think similar to Indonesia, where we would like to also move that percent blending so that we can actually help decarbonizing the transportation sector. And next slide, please. So next slide is a bit, I think, the recent ongoing work that we have been trying to develop the consortium for CCU and CCS. This is a bit small, but I think I can share this slide to everyone. That Thailand now we start consortium leading by our NSTDA organization and in collaboration with many universities. What we want to do is from the S&T side, we would like to identify how Thailand can take these challenges by looking into available technology around the world. Of course, if you Google on the CCU or CCS technology, you see a lot of them. You see many countries starting to put in prioritization in the technology and putting the how much it costs. If you look in terms of the competitive U.S. Competitive Act, they put in the value for $80 per ton of CO2 that has been stored. So this kind of the financial incentive also coming with the technology readiness of this CCS can help Thailand identifying this. So this is the work in progress. You can see that I think on the upper left corner, this is the carbon capture utilization. So we have two colors. Basically, the brown one is a global readiness, and also the red one is a Thailand position. You can see that Thailand, in certain sector, for example, like methanol synthesis, or the CO2 methanization, is a bit below the global average. But if you look in other aspects in terms of like ethylene synthesis or like for formaldehyde synthesis, this is what we actually can do now. Because of our chemical industry, I actually have some technology that's ready to tackle this CCU in this aspect. But if you look in the bottom right corner, this is also the technology that we benchmark from Thailand readiness into the global readiness of carbon capture and storage. You can see that something like, of course, you can see the chemical absorption. I think Thailand also have a big range. And also if you go down, further down into biological, I think Thailand is now catching up with also the global trend. So this kind of thing that telling the story for the government to actually start to put in some financial stimulation in those sectors that Thailand is ready. And for those sectors that Thailand is still catching up with the global trend, we can have a partnership, we can do technology transfer under Article 6, or we can do the collaboration to actually bringing up the red arrow range up into the black arrow range, so that we can also try to store the CO2 in different sectors. For example, in transportation sector, in also the capture method in there. So this is basically the work in progress that we are trying to identify as a roadmap for Thailand. And you can see that we have the funding agency that are the local TSRI in Thailand, so they can allocate the funding to boost up the technology that appropriate for Thailand. So next, please. So the next two slides will be basically the draft of our technology roadmap. We break it down to CCU and CCS. You can see that we put the timeline on the top to year 2050. Of course, we can break into in the application, which is the top row. And then we have the technology that can support that, and we can break it down in terms of the utilization, storage, transport, and capture. And the arrow, that linkage between the technology, can lead up to the application, in terms of the top row for this product and service. You can see that I think in the near future, between now and the year 2030, we actually put a lot of the bet in terms of the concrete sector. In Thailand, we start to implement the low carbon cement, because in Thailand, I think also we learned Pak Denny that around here, West Sumatra here, you also has a lot of the cement industry. And cement industry, of course, you have to produce a lot of the cement which use a lot of energy from the high temperature, and that can also be reduced into the process and also the application of the fast settling of the cement. So this is what we are doing in this one. And of course, we, as I mentioned, that our Pertamina version in Thailand, PTT, are coming with this carbon sink in the dry well. And of course, if you look beyond the 2030, you can see that it become a bit less detail because we don't know what's happening in the next 10 years. So we put the bet in urea, utilization. We put in the methanol, formic acid because we have an industry that backing it up. But the pricing mechanism has to be worked out more appropriately. And of course, in the near future, in next future, we put in like sustainable aviation fuel because we feel that we still have to balance between the pressure coming from the European side for ICAO, and also we look at the domestic flight in there. If you look in terms of technology, you can see that we have many technology coming from the membrane one, the amine absorption, using the depleted oil and gas as a potential carbon storage or carbon sink. And then we can also moving forward into the direct air capture or those liquid CO2 to transportation, which also in the next, I think, decade also. And if you look into the next slide, of course, we have in previous slide, the application, the technology, and then we look into what is the enabling and driver for this one, and also pointing out what are the potential pilot projects that we can extract from those goals. So I won't read into detail, but basically we're starting, of course, you can see that infrastructure start coming with the law and regulation. We need to amend our law so that it will allow financial support for those sectors that may not have a value before. I will tell you a bit later that the government now giving some tax incentive for those private sector who do the plantation of the forest, by having this carbon sink as a natural resources. And so we look at also the mechanism for R&D process. We're looking at the policy regulation. We have this bottom investment to give the subsidy for this one. And of course, we'll come back with a pilot project for CCU and CCS. So this kind of thing is still new to Thailand. So we're still trying, and of course, we're open for any comment and collaboration among the ASEAN member states. So next, please. So with that one, I think in terms of Ministry of Energy, with the National Energy Plan, we're coming up with 4 streamlines. Coming from, I think the first one would be on the using renewable energy. In Thailand, even though we have a lot of sun, but of course, it's only 4 hours a day, and also only maybe 9 months per year. So we need to average out those potential time that we don't have sun, or those areas where we don't have a wind, by using the energy storage that to integrate that into renewable energy into the energy grid mix. And also we are trying to look at the EV, 30 by 30, the policy basically to have Thailand vehicle production as electric vehicle 30% by the year 2030. And for Thailand, we also produce the car for exportation too. So we would like to tap into the market for those sectors that already subsidize the EV, so that we can produce for export and also we can produce for local consumption. And we're also improving energy efficiency by electrification, by using the smart grid, by using any of the improvement in the industrial process. And last but not least, this basically our 4D and 1E policy that we want to decarbonization, we want to deregulation, we want to digitalization and decentralization with the electrification. So this kind of thing is coming from the Ministry of Energy policy, and we are also the research institute to help those Ministry of Energy achieving this goal. Next, please. So with that, I think last year, a few years ago, Thailand is coming up with this principle for BCG. It stands for Biocircular and Green Economy. So I think if you look in each of one, I think it already has a meaning. I think bioeconomy is probably has been around for some time because we would like to use a bioresource that rich in our country. Of course, circular economy is coming strong from the European landscape, that they would like to also use, they don't call it waste, they use, they said it's an end product as a starting material, so that we spend less energy and we use less resources coming from the value chain. And green economy is something that you can measure by using life cycle analysis, so that we can reduce your CO2 emission less than whatever the conventional process that we have done in the industry. And with the BCG, we broke it down to 4 pillars. So we have, ranging from the food agriculture, medical and wellness, energy, material, biochemicals, and also the tourism and creative economy. So this is basically our principle that we have been introducing in Thailand. So next, please. So with the BCG, the logo in the middle, then we are trying to support the Thailand 20-year national strategy that I showed earlier in the presentation, and also to linkage with the UN SDG Sustainable Development Goal. Next, please. So with this one, we have 4 steps that we would like to have under this vision. First, we want to building the sustainability of the natural resources and biodiversity. Remember the biodiversity curve that at the end, so we don't want that to happen. Second vision is to have the strengthening the local economy. I think this is also been adopted in many countries, but by to strengthen the local identity. Third is also to create the ability to respond for changing. I think we know climate change is getting faster and faster. We would like to also have this technology for adaptation. And last but not least, we want to enhance the sustainable competitiveness at the industrial level. So we want to make sure that it's not something that government has to subsidize forever, but it actually should be something that the industry can take the part in this value chain. So next, please. So by focusing on the energy, material, and biochemical, this is our plan. If you look at the pyramid, so we want to, of course, produce less for more. It means that we don't want to massively produce something that has a low value added. We want to produce a higher value added chemicals. For example, we know everyone that biomass agricultural-based material is very cheap. But we also want to improve it by producing bioenergy, biomaterials, and also the biochemicals, which has a lot of value. And this can also bring in the industrial investment, especially coming from the export market to European or to US. And with that, I think we also have some of the target that you see in the bottom. For example, we try to introduce something that having this bio-derived, using agro waste into something that will be more meaningful in terms of biochemicals and biomaterials. Next, please. So with that, there are some of the highlights that we are ongoing. So I think I won't read into detail, but we have this bottom investment to trying to have this BCG-related activity and also giving more incentive for investment. We have the green financing becoming more available to, I think, the corporation. We have this forestry that we can also, because government own a lot of land, but government lacking the investment. So for those land that actually owned by the government, if the private sector want to plant the trees, then the private sector can claim the CO2 reduction 90% of those investment in there. And also we start to introducing the central carbon trading platform in Thailand. It may not be as complicated as a European trading scheme, but it's actually something that to help the industry in Thailand aware of it. Then we have the promotion of EV. We have something on the green labeling. So we would like to raise awareness of the people that in the product. We promoting the technology that to in line with our National Health and Security Office. And then we also having Thai Chamber of Commerce to try to implementing this modern agriculture or growing rice at a higher value. And last but not least, we also trying to introducing, I think, the food bank, so that to help, reducing the food waste. Because waste, people may be wondering why waste is connected with the CO2 reduction. So if you don't have waste, then you don't need to put in energy to treat those waste. And potentially, if you have less waste, then the methane that form from those waste can be reduced. And we all know that methane, has about 21 to 25 times more stronger than the CO2 emission. Next, please. So with that, of course, Thailand is not doing it alone. So Thailand trying to link this, STI, SDG into the international region. Last year was a year that Thailand became the host economy for APEC, which stands for Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. So we introduced this BCG declaration and also trying to bridge up with other international support. You can see on the right-hand side that those initiatives that also we can use Thailand to deal with it. For example, I think something that already started, European Green Deal. So starting last month, October 1st, I think 6 commodity that had been piloted by the CBAM, which stands for Cross-Border Adjustment Mechanism. So if any company of Thailand would like to export product into the European after the year 2025, it has to be lower than the EU average. If the product export to EU has a higher CO2 emission, then EU will start taxing on this commodity. So starting with the 1st October, Thailand company who may potentially export something to Europe start to do the inventory baseline calculation so that in the year 2025, when the European Union mandate this declare of the CO2, then can be ready for that one. Next please. So with all those things, I want to highlight this initiative that Thailand is doing among these ASEAN member states. So this is, we call the ASEAN Network on Biosphere and Green Economy. So this has been the ASEAN annual priority in the year 2022 to 2023. Next please. So with this one, we also, of course, invite all the representatives from ASEAN member states. I think I look into the Indonesia. I think we have this University Langka as a partner, and of course we would like to explore. Maybe Andalas would like to join for this one, and still, it's not a closed network, but it's still open for I think the collaboration. And we also have BRIN, of course, in here, and of course in Malaysia we also have some of the organizations listed here, and of course Sunway is welcome. Next, please. So with this BCG network, when we have this focusing on the researcher development program that we have been piloting this year. So we have phase 1 and phase 2. Next, please. So we have been, because of the COVID, so we have some of the online training. Next one. That we have been, I think, reaching out about 1,400 people. And next, please. And then we have some on-site, finally, earlier this year. So we have some of the help, coming from my colleagues, Dr. Denny from BRIN, and also we also have some of the ASEAN member states who come and help guiding the junior researcher to work in this BCG activity. And next, please. So we have about 20 participants. Next slide. So coming here, that we also would like to have a network in ASEAN so that I think collaboration can start, among Malaysia, Indonesia, Thailand, and also other like Cambodia that we heard that attending this workshop as this conference as well. So this can be something that we can start building on. And next, please. So we also have some of the something about the ASEAN BCG Award, just so that to help the young researcher to come up with the idea and the startup and things that can actually forming some of the network together. Next, please. So those are basically what we are doing in ASEAN perspective. And then I think in the last 10 or 15 minutes here, I want to tell you a bit more on the current plan that Thailand is doing in terms of the BCG related energy sector. Next, please. And the raw biomass. So this is the scheme that I showed earlier, that in 2 years, I think in the past 2 years, Thailand is trying to incentivize or give a value to the carbon storage. Of course, carbon storage has never been an economic value until the idea of carbon neutrality, carbon trading come to play. So with this one, we have worked up with Department of Marine and Coastal Resources. We work with the Royal Forestry Department. We work with the Department of National Park, Wildlife and Plant Conservation, because these 3 organizations actually hold a lot of land. Of course, it is a forest land. But then we also know that if the private sector want to plant the tree, which is a simple carbon sink, then they can start to calculating how much CO2 has been absorbed but those value has to be legally split between the government sector, which is from the land, and also the private investment. So last year we have reached the goal, no, not last year, 2 years ago, we have reached a goal that actually become a law now. So if any private sector want to plant a tree in the land that owned by government, the private sector can claim 90% of the CO2 sink from there and can use those sink to be traded domestically or internationally. So this is what we did 2 years ago. Next, please. So I think you can see that some of the flow chart of the carbon credit prepare plan, and of course we have many of the start with the regulation infrastructure, and of course we want to put incentivize this carbon sink, and also we want to expand it. So this is basically trying to give a value to the CO2 capture, CO2 reduction. Next, please. Another one is looking at the promotion of clean energy. I think I put in some of the highlight here that starting next January, Thailand will be Euro 5 for the emission and fuel quality. So we want to make sure that we can still use biofuel, and also we have to use an electric vehicle. And also we start to come up with, I think if you look in the lower right corner, many of the new products that coming derived from the palm oil. So we start having biotransformer oil, biolube, methyl ester sulfonate in the detergent, bioparaffin, for the coating, and also with the biopesticide, so that we can actually increase the value of this agricultural-based product to be a higher industry. Next, please. Another project we're doing is a smart grid and peer-to-peer trading. In Thailand, we still based on the enhanced single buyer. So government still hold the authority to produce and sell unless you have the PPA, the power purchase agreement. So in this project, next please, so we actually team up with the local community. Next slide. We work with the school, the temple, and also to introduce this solar photovoltaic and also the battery, so that they can trade among each other. And with the PV, we also looking at this agrivoltaic, because Thailand we have limited land also. We don't want to have all the solar panel covering the land, so we develop this solar panel that see through, so that it can produce electricity and also it can give the light to the plant beneath it. So this is what we're trying to do. And also, next slide. We also having built in this I think ecosystem in the Eastern Economic Corridor, we call EEC. And this is basically will be another industrial estate where I think in our research organization are putting a lot of money for the infrastructure development. It will be something that maybe in the next 10 years or so to be a new investment in terms of the higher value chemicals, and also as well as a research project in there. So next, please. So next is basically the current status for the investment that led by this BCG initiative. We have the carbon period company that working on this lactic acid, or PLA, also for the bioplastic. We have the Vinitai company working at glycerin. We have the Midpon, which is a sugar-based company working into oleosaccharin. And also we have this nature working on producing the PLA as a basis for the bioplastic in Thailand. And next slide will show you basically what we have working in terms of the Eastern Economic Corridor of using many of the facility that's shown here. We start having biorefinery, and we have the greenhouse and plant factory. We have smart farming. We have modern agriculture. We have also some of the sandbox that are testing in there, the CAV, which stands for the Connected Autonomous Vehicle and UAV. So this is basically will be a next area where we have actually using a lot of the research and into the industry application. So with that, I think I want to finish my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this very timely topic. It's very, very interesting. And we have another 15 minutes, and should you have any question, raise your hand and please mention your name and affiliation. On the left side, any question? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Hajar and Prof. Nuong, for your time. My name is Dendi. I come from Universitas Andalas, Indonesia. So my question is, what is the real application? How to reduce, for example, CO2 emission? As you mentioned before, we have some policy to reduce the CO2 emission effect to our world. But what is the real application or real technology is massive applied to in Thailand, or what is the current condition at this moment? Because actually now we have some research about carbon capture. We develop some absorbent, we develop some technology CCUS, but the policy is also good meaning and good looking, for example. But for the real application, we have nothing to do. So maybe in Thailand you have some experience or some information. Can you share to us? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think for CCUS, of course, I think it's it's always a long-term investment. I think for technology, I think maybe things still some time away. I think the basic and real application now is actually very basic. So if now we start to see investment coming from the private sector to grow a tree, that's a simple one, low cost. And of course, the company can use it as a CSR or ESG, right, to plant a tree. But not only that, but if they plant a tree, 5 years from now, they start to collect the CO2 credit, and that can be traded within Thailand. But our price, domestic price, very cheap compared to the European trading scheme or EU or even Vera gold standard. But those are more complicated to do the verification. But at least that is something that is like a low investment carbon capture. We put in a tree and let it grow for 5 years. That has been done, going on, but that need some legal changing. So that's what we've been pushing the first time, that if we allow this to happen, then we can draw in the money from the company to be invested. Of course, that is a low-tech version of the carbon capture, right? The higher version now that we start to see is on the biocoal and biopellet. I think we can see that in Thailand, we use natural gas for electricity about 60%. But in, I think, East Asia, like Korea and Japan, they also use the pellet for heating purposes. And that has been, I think, the market for export from Thailand. So now, instead of we having just export the bio pellet, the normal one, solid pellet, we start to have biocoal, we start to have the torrefied, which actually, can be count toward the bioenergy carbon capture storage, BECCS as well. This is still a new application, a new market that we are trying to support them for that one. And of course, you can see that in PTT, similar to Pertamina here or Petronas in Malaysia, they exploring putting the CO2 in the well, but that is planning for 2035 onward or 2040. So that's still a long time. I think in the meantime, we need something to incentivize the private sector to start to invest in here. Thailand, we start to have what we call the green bond, sustainable bond. So with those finance coming from the stock market, then it can actually allow the company or the startup to actually explore in the CCS and CCU technology.
Okay, it's all answered.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wong, and also thank you for the question, Dr. Dendi. Just to add a little bit, because we know now that there are demonstration units on CO2 capture from air, atmospheric, because this is, I think, the future direction, because we know now that CO2 concentration in the atmosphere is more than 420 ppm, which is very far from before the industrial revolution, which was never exceeded 300 ppm. Even if we change all our energy to renewable energy, still we need to capture CO2 from the air. It's very, very important. And there are, I think, for worldwide demonstration plans that show how we can capture CO2. Of course, most of them using the traditional amine, and the issue there is a cost. It's still very, very expensive. But of course, technology always starts at expensive, but with time, I think with the new innovation, we can maybe do. But I think one strategy is not enough, because this is very large, big problem. So we should have different strategies, not only capturing CO2, but we have to look at its storage as well as utilization. And utilization also, as mentioned just now by Dr. Mok, still in the beginning, but that where we will find, I think, a solution in the next maybe 10 or 20 years, hopefully.
Thank you.
Well, any other question? We still have about 10 minutes. Yes, please. Speaker, please. Please mention your name and your affiliation.
Hello, my name is Gali Haryo Dwi Tomo. I am from University of Singapore Bangsa Karawang. And thank you for your time, Dr. Nuong Cholacap and Dr. Ajar. I would like to ask you about this renewable energy. Wonderful, wonderful presentation, wonderful plan. I would like to ask, this renewable energy affect ongoing manufacturers, companies such as like mining companies, petroleum, and conventional motorized vehicle companies or manufacturer. So how do you describe the position of this renewable energy, since it often collide with these mining companies, these vehicle manufacturers? It's more like a competition with each others, especially with the Southeast Asian nations, such as Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia. They have the most motorcycle users. Is it the hardest challenge when you present the technology, the plan? But I would like to ask you about the people perspective, the citizen perspective. Are they ready? Are they not? Then how do you describe the position of this renewable plan among the ongoing companies? Is it good or is it bad? Or is it should like collaborate with each others? Thank you for the time.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's a very good question, because I think when people are talking about the carbon neutrality, talking about CCU, CCS, I think people are still thinking, you know, are we ready or not, this high technology, and how it's going to affect our setting or our people that living in the conventional, you know, ecosystem. I think, let me put it this way. I think our perspective is that, of course, I think if you look at corporation, mining company, petroleum company, all of them now have to decarbonize without question, because they're being forced by the European market, by US market. If they don't change, they can sell in the, of course, in domestically, but for export market, become very difficult, challenging. And also, if they're using, this electricity or things like that within the country, then all the manufacturers who produce manufacturing for export, we have to, of course, find a greener solution for that. But I think that's why I think in terms of private company now, they're getting more aware. Can coming from the self-awareness or can be coming from the market pressure from the outside. And if you also we have to realize that when we have the product value chain, right? Those brands like Apple, Google, those things, they are also already set their goal to be carbon neutral by year 2030 or things like that. And then they will start to force down the first tier, second tier supplier to give them or to sell them the feedstock, the intermediate at a lower carbon footprint. So this is actually coming I think the global markets. Now, so you mentioned the motorcycle. Of course, in this region, we have, I think more than 70-80% of the world. And it's true that I think in ASEAN, we're having a lot of motorcycle because of the climate. We can ride all year round because our GDP per capita are not yet high enough to own a four-wheeler, this kind of thing. So I myself also working with this United Nations Environmental Program on promoting electric two-wheeler. And this can be a transition, of course, with the high oil price. I think right now there already some justification for market acceptance. It may be a lot in Vietnam. I think if you go to Vietnam, there are millions of electric motorcycles. In Indonesia, they start to have electric motorcycle. I think from my partner in Indonesia, they say that from the President decree in April, they start to promote, electric motorcycle, swapping, you take Gojek with electric motorcycle. So these can come, but of course it won't change overnight because of the high cost of the battery and also the longer charging time. So I think that can be solved partially by technology, swapping by not selling the battery, but leasing the battery on their own. So I think those kind of things are being, explored during the transition so that, in the future when we are interrupted or we are affected by more climate change, then we have some solution to address this issue. Thank you.
Well, it's an interesting discussion, but we are limited by time. Should you have another question or something to discuss, we can do it during the break section, right? Well, I thank you for your time and great contribution to this conference. Thank you very much.
We want to take a photo. Okay. Take a photo.
Okay.
Thank you for the amazing keynote speech session, Professor Nuong and Dr. Ajar. Before we continue, you may take some documentation first. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue our next session of keynote speech, we would like to kindly request Professor Nuong's willingness to accept the speaker certificate that will be given by our head of Mechanical Engineering Department of Andalas University. We would like to kindly request Insinyur Devi Chandra PhD to present the certificate.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give an applause for Dr. Professor Nuang Hulakop from Thailand. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we also have our second speakers from Sunway University, Malaysia, Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa. Let's give an applause for Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa.
Well, I'm very excited to have you here. And before proceeding to the next presentation, I'd like to briefly introduce our speaker, Professor Mohammed Khairuddin Arwa. And he received bachelor degree from École Nationale d'Ingénieurs de Cap en Tunisie, and then the master degree from l'Université Nancy, Nancy 1, and the doctor degree from the l'Université de la Lorraine, right? Well, he has many journal and also actively in the regional and international collaborations. And currently, Professor Arwa is with the School of Engineering and Technology, Sunway University. Well, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I stand? Okay, Assalamu alaikum and good morning. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Dendi for inviting me for this conference, and I'm very also thankful to organize a committee for the hospitality, for the dinner yesterday, having Padang food at Padang. It's the first time for me also. And, I used to have Padang food, but in Malaysia, and even in Singapore, because my wife father originally is from Padang, long time ago, and her cousins, they have a restaurant in Singapore for they sell Padang dishes. So I'm used to that, but this is the first time. Last night was in Padang, because sometimes we talk about food of some countries, but sometimes you cannot find it in the country, like sirap bandung. In Malaysia, there's a lot we drink sirap bandung. When we went to Bandung, there's no sirap bandung. So thank you very much, and we can put the presentation, please. Thank you for the introduction just now. So as mentioned by the moderator, I am currently attached to Sunway University as well as Lancaster University, UK. And I'm heading the Center for CO2 Capture and Utilization. Dr. Wong did a good job to talk about CO2. So I choose different topic because I do also some work on water. So why I choose this topic? Basically, for many reasons. One of them, I wanted to show an example to our young researcher students who are going for their master or their PhD later, or young lecturer, that research will not have a meaning only when it is applied on for community services. And I am lucky, I think I can say lucky, because there's luck also in life, to have one of my projects that was brought from the lab to the community a few years ago, because I was, before joining Sunway, I was with the University of Malaya for 23 years, and now with Sunway for 7 years. So this means 30 years of working as an academician, in academic departments, which means that I'm not young, huh? So there's another meaning. And this project also was recognized internationally. We had 2 awards on this, one from the Icommet award, the Global Award on Water category, and recently we received the award from the Emirates. It's also an international award. So I thought that this give a good example how research can be applied in real life and how it can impact community. Because we publish, of course, as professors, we have to publish to share our knowledge, but we should not only stop at publication, because the meaning of the research will be more impactful when it benefits the society. So I'm coming from Sunway University. I'm not sure whether you have visited Malaysia before. Sure, some of you visit Malaysia, maybe Kuala Lumpur. Maybe you know Sunway Pyramid or Sunway Lagoon. Anybody know Sunway Lagoon? Or heard about Sunway Lagoon? So our university is a 10 minutes walk to Sunway Lagoon and Sunway Pyramid, and we are in Sunway City. It means that our university belongs to the Sunway Group. Sunway Group, and it's a young university, young because its age is 12 years only compared to Andalus University. I think we are like babies in this area. So that's why I would like to present to you my university first. You give me 5 or 10 minutes, and my School of Engineering and Technology, to give you an idea about our university. And of course, we are happy to receive students as interns, even for master or PhD programs. So next slide, please. So I have a video here. I hope it works. Can you play the video?
Conscience, a state of awareness with a feeling of obligation to do the right thing and to do the thing right. At Sunway University, we aspire to cultivate a sense of collective responsibility within our community of learners, educators, researchers, and inspirational leaders. Nurturing a holistic education whilst promoting a planetary health mindset. Through education, practice, and experience. At Sunway University, we encourage a heightened sense of awareness and responsibility of the world we live in. Our actions, our desires, the outcomes, and the results. We practice what we preach. By doing it physically, harnessing renewable energy, conserving the planet, taking vital resources seriously, and delivering it to all. Creating solutions, planning for a greener future, identifying sustainable solutions, and working together to achieve them. By instilling a culture of conscience in our campus, our community, our city, and our collaboration of countries. To be that little voice of positive influence in all who pass through these halls of enlightenment. To give our beloved planet and future generations the greatest gift of all, the gift of a sustainable future, the gift of eternal life. To do the right thing and to do the thing right.
Next slide, please.
Sunway University, truly a class above.
Okay, so as I mentioned just now, thank you. So it's a young university, not so big. We have 10,000 students, 87 academic programs, 8 academic schools, and 19 research centers. So I would like to highlight that this is a private university, but it is not for profit. We are lucky because we are, as I mentioned, within the Sunway group. It's a very big group. There are 13 business units in the group. One of them is Sunway Education Group, and the education is not for profit. It means that the fees collected from the registration are injected back for research, for scholarships, etc. So the university is packed under the Jeffrey Cha Foundation. So there is no money profit going to the family or to the business groups. So we are very lucky, and even during the COVID, our university staff received their bonus despite the issues, economical issues. So that's very important. And these are the different research center and institute. I would like to highlight maybe one is the Jeffrey Sachs Center on Sustainable Development and the UN Sustainable Development Solution Network. The UN Sustainable Development Solution Network, there are in the world 3, one in New York, one in Paris, and one in Sunway University. So this is an indication about the importance of sustainability in our education system, from the teaching to the research. And this is driven by the vision of our chairman, who had developed the Sunway City from scratch. In fact, the Sunway City 40 years ago was just a land, mining land, wasted mining land. So he transformed it to a vibrant city and with a lot of education institutions around. Next, please. So these are our pillars. So we look at the holistic education, knowledge and skills, value and math science and employability. Focus on planetary health. We have a center of planetary health in the university. Sustainable development and entrepreneurship. And it is a private university, but it is one of the most intensive research universities in Malaysia, especially private universities. Because there's a lot of investment for research, and as you can see, the center is where we have a state-of-the-art equipment. Next, please. Of course, as a university, we are very active and participating in different type of rankings. University is ranked #1 in Malaysia on employability for 2 years now. And we are also in the QS ranking, the time ranking, etc. Next, please. We have 26, I think, now, because these are slides a few weeks ago, of highly cited researcher. At a small university as us, we have about 2% scientists. 11 of them, they are in the School of Engineering and Technology. Next, please. Our president, Prof. Popima, is one of them. So he's pushing a lot on publication and citation, etc. Next, please. Let's go to our School of Engineering and Technology. Next. Next slide. So the school, we have around 1,900 students, 12 academic programs, 2 academic departments, 5 research centers, and 73 staff. So as I mentioned, because our university is research intensive, our school is very, very research intensive. In fact, 73 staff, this include administration. Excluding academic staff, we will have about 60 academic staff, and the school produced per year, per staff, about 10 papers, 10 scopus and text papers per staff per year, which is very, very, very high. If you compare to research universities in Malaysia, on average, we are looking at 3 to 4. We are at 10 at the school level. So we have few members that are producing a lot, from up to 100 papers per year. Not me, but some of our staff. Next. Next, please. This is our mission and vision. I think we want to be the top engineering and technology and the favorite one among students. Next. This is our management team. We have our Dean, Prof. Denny, who just joined us in March. And we have, he has 5 associate deans. So he has very good, good team there to help him in different areas. Currently, I am the associate dean for research and postgraduate study, and also heading the Center of CO2 capture and utilization. Next, please. We have 2 departments. Department of Computing and Information Systems, so it's the oldest department in the school. The Department of Engineering just started 2 years ago. We have only 2 programs, the electronic bachelor degree in chemical engineering, and you have chemical engineering program. And next year we are starting the mechanical engineering program, as well as civil engineering and maybe mechatronics. Next, please. This is our research centers. So we have research, we are very strong in material and application of material, and these are the different head of centers. Next, please. We have, as I mentioned, 11 highly cited researchers in the school. Next. And this is our area. I think we can share the slides later if you find any interest. So we are open for collaboration. And we have very strong teams in material, advanced materials, and also in applied physics, and also in IT and Internet of Things, and artificial intelligence, etc. Next, please. These are the programs. And very interesting about our engineering programs. We have 2 now. These are also endorsed by Lancaster University. Our students, they spent 4 years in Malaysia. At the end, they will get 2 certificates, one from Sunway as bachelor degree, and one from Lancaster as MEng, Master of Engineering. So it is very, what you call, affordable program to get in UK qualification without going to UK. But of course, students, if they have the meaning, they want to go for 1 semester or 2 semesters to Lancaster, it is possible. Next, please. So I think I came to my talk, so I'm going to talk about membrane technology, how it is used for water security, especially during disasters such as floods, or during for remote areas. Next, please. So this is basically work that addresses one of the Sustainable Development Goals, which is SDG 6. which indicates to ensure access to water and sanitation for all. Next, please. Water is very, very important. I think life without water cannot be imagined so far. Even in the Quran, it is mentioned that life, what we make from water the life basically. So that's why the first molecule that people look at it to look for possible life outside the earth is looking at water molecule. So it is very, very important. But of course, in some area, we don't really value the value of water only if we don't have it. Next, please. Next slide. So how much water is needed in emergency? So this is triangle shows what we need to survive, basically, at different short-term and long-term. As you can see that an individual should be able to survive, to live normal life by consuming, say, 70 or 100 liters per day per person. But is this followed, or we know that there is a lot of wastage of water, and the next slide can show that. This is, for example, some typical comparing the household water uses with different countries. I tried to find some data for Indonesia, very, very vast, but I found some work in Bandung, yeah. They mentioned that that region, approximately 1 person household consumes per day about 160 liters per day. And you can see, if you compare it with the previous slide, in many, many countries, it is very high. I mean, double what we really need. So we are consuming a lot of water, and this is not good, I think, because it is very, very valuable, and also it is costly because treatment of water costs money, and then wastage. I think we are basically wasting a lot of water. Next, please. In Malaysia, despite being one of the more, I think, developing countries and a lot of water resources, but are still about 10% estimated people living in a remote area, they don't have access to clean water. So how they depends on rainwater, maybe rivers or air bukit, which is spring waters, etc., without treatment, because these are places in a very remote area, very far, so the water network cannot arrive there because of economical, sometimes also technological issues. And of course, in Malaysia, and especially at the end of 2014, experienced very severe floods, especially in the north of Malaysia. And during that period, about 2 or 3 months, in Kelantan region, they were having issues to getting clean water because the majority of their treatment plants have been shut down because of the floods. It was very, very severe, and the fact that event was the event that put us in the community to bring our research. So one of the solutions that we brought to solve this issue of water in remote area or during disaster. Next slide, please. Next slide. So we developed this system at the University of Malaya. But as mentioned, I was working with University of Malaya before joining Sunway, and we are still collaborating in this process. And we developed this, what we call the smart self-cleaning, solar-powered mobile ultrafiltration unit. If we didn't go to the community during the floods, we would never develop this, because we were doing a project within a PhD topic. The PhD student was working on developing advanced control technologies for membrane processes for water treatment. And it happens that we had a small pilot scale unit in our lab to help him implement his control strategies. But when the floods happened, we were asked by our management whether we can help. And then, yes, we accepted the challenge. We went 500 kilometers far from our university to provide water, which was very, very needed during that period. And after we come back from this experience, so we realized the importance of this small or mobile units, and we developed this within 6 months after the flood mission. And of course, with our interaction with the community, we realized what they need, because you can put a very sophisticated system there, but it needs high maintenance, or it needs knowledge to be operated. It will not help. So we have to innovate and come with a system that first doesn't use chemicals, because if you use chemical to clean the membrane, and if there's wrong dosage, it can be harmful to the people. Of course, it should be low maintenance, easy to operate, because membranes always can fall. You cannot avoid falling, except in some cases. But if it is not well maintained, well flushed, etc., it can be fault and cannot produce what we want in terms of drinking water. So we had to develop one that it is smart, it can clean itself, and also can treat different waters, except seawater, because our membrane is not RO, so it's between ultrafiltration and nanofiltration, about 20 micrometer the pore size, so it cannot treat salted water, but it can treat many, even flood water, river water, etc. And it can run by itself, just with a button, push of a button, it can run and clean itself to produce about 500 to 700 liters per hour of water, of drinking quality water. And the system can be transported very, very easy. So here we have there are two what's called cabinets. One is hosting the membrane system, and one is hosting the batteries, because the system can be powered by solar or genset or any type of electricity energy. So next, please. Membrane technology by itself is very common, and it is used for years, I think, for water treatment, not only for drinking water, for even industry, etc. So it's nothing new here. Basically, what we developed is the system that can maintain the operation of the membrane without using chemicals, and can work autonomously. And we have a patent on that. With my collaborator in we had the patent was granted in 2021 on this innovation. So the membrane is not new. We buy the membrane, we buy it good quality membrane, but there is the system, the control system, that it is where the innovation. Next, please. So for those who maybe not very familiar with membrane, so the membrane is just a filtration. We do a filtration, and based on the porosity of the membrane, we can have remove different types of pollutant, and we can go from the microfiltration, ultrafiltration, nanofiltration, or reverse osmosis. The reverse osmosis, normally, it only pass only water molecules through it, but you can see that the membrane becomes more compact as we go from microfiltration to reverse osmosis. It means that you need higher pressure, and RO, the operating pressure is high. So our system is between ultrafiltration and nanofiltration, so we can run it at moderate pressure. It means that reduce the cost and also reduce membrane falling, and also permit us to use the membrane or clean it without using chemicals. Next, please. So membrane system is very interesting. It's very straightforward, scale up and scale down. We can start with the membrane elements on your left. When you put them together, they will form what we call the module. And few modules will form a rack, and a few racks will form the larger treatment system. So you can scale up, going from membrane modules or membranes to the treatment system, or you can also scale down from large to small units. Next, please. Next slide. So you can see this is one of the industrial scale plant in Malaysia, in the north of Malaysia. And why I'm showing this? Because all our work started from this. Because the PhD student, he graduated from chemical engineering for bachelor degree. He did the master with me. Then he went to work in industry with this company, TechChamp, and he designed and developed this large unit. And he found there some issues in the operation and the control. That's why he thought about to do the PhD. So he came back to do his PhD to develop an advanced control system for the membrane technology. And you can see that the issue, the clean membrane on your left, and the used one. The used one, this is the real membrane from the plant. After 1 or 18 months of working with the chemical cleaning. In the industrial plant, they do chemical cleaning, basically acid cleaning and alkaline cleaning, and some defined times. So he came back to do his PhD program and to publish paper, etc. Next, please. So it was very interesting situation because on the plant there are two different technologies. On the same site, there was the UF system, which produced about 14,000 cubic meter of clean water, drinking water per day. And there is the conventional coagulation clarification system that produced about 11,000 cubic meter per day of water. And both they are using the same source of water and going for some pre-treatment, etc. So it was a very good opportunity for us because normally when we compare some technologies, sometimes comparing from publication, most of the research maybe is done at the lab scale or maybe pilot scale, but this is the first time in this we have the opportunity to compare two technologies at the industrial scale using the same source of water. Next, please. So we published quite a number of papers here, and this is some summary of some of the findings in terms of sustainability of the processes. Of course, membrane is more compact, so to produce the same amount of water with the membrane technology, you need less space. It's about three times less than the conventional. And what is more important is the use of chemicals. With the membrane, they have to use acids and alkaline for treatment, but they can use almost half in terms of the chemical cost, which is very, very important because the cost of chemicals always increase. So having low cost is important. But of course, when we compare the energy consumption, because the membrane is, we need pumps, so it consumes much, much more electricity compared to the conventional. But that's not the big problems because if you use renewable energy, so you can avoid that cost. That's what we're using in our system. We use solar energy. Basically, you don't use any electrical cost. Only the capital cost is important. Next, please. One very important thing that we can compare the quality of water using the same source. And you can see with the membrane, which is the lowest, it gives a more consistent quality of water despite the fluctuation in the quality of the incoming water. And of course, the student has published a number of papers in Q1 journals, very, very good journals, for his PhD. So up to December 2014, we are just doing the normal studies and until the floods hit. Next, please. So when the floods hit, you know, I don't have the pointer, but the unit top, that's the unit was used by our student to develop his what we call the control system. And from his PhD, we put it in the lorry to go to the north and to produce water, clean water for flood victims. And after that, we developed our solar system. Next, please. So this is basically the severity of the floods in Malaysia, and then Kelantan on the north was the most affected. And the place called Kuala Krai, where we took our system, is about 500 kilometers from our university. And I remember it was on the 23rd, 24th of December when I got the call from our dean. And we were looking forward for holidays because the Christmas holidays there, the fire. But at the end, he told me whether your pilot scale can produce drinking water for the flood. So of course, it was, we were initially very reluctant, but it is an opportunity because we use the system in the lab. In the lab, nobody drinks the water from that, so we don't care. We just do our research. But now we're going to take it 500 kilometers, and if something happens, I think you imagine it was big risk, but I think it was a good decision to take the challenge because it was also an opportunity for us. But I told him we cannot go directly to Kelantan because we don't know how the system performs. Can we go nearest place? Then we identified a place which is also affected by floods, not very critical, which is about 1 hour from our universities called Temerloh. So we went there first. We put on the lorry and we went there to test it. We were very surprised by the quality of water provided, and then we went to the north. Next, please. So these are some of the images to show the severity of the floods. It was like a tsunami, I think, very, very severe. Next, please. And the region, especially around Kuala Krai, they were without clean water more than 2 months. It's very, very long. And we have to have the team. So we used our student, the team at the end, we had about 25 people. Why we need the big team? Because we were advised by our safety officers at the university because there's no place, there's no restaurant, most of restaurants closed, there's no access to clean water, and there are risks, I think, of the safety. So they told us only one team should only be there about 5 to 6 days, so we have to rotate. So we bring people from, even students, from undergraduate, postgraduate student, who never worked with membrane, but they just wanted to volunteer. And we sent them, we went there and we stayed there about 2 months on site. Next, please. So this is the first testing of the unit at Temelo, about 1 hour from university. We have a video there. Can you play it, please? No, play the video, play this one. Yeah, this one. So this is using flood water. Our technical staff and engineering. Yeah, air banjir. Air banjir. Then we run it through our system. We have small pre-treatment. And that's our unit that was used for the PhD study.
Proses kita akan hantar kepada teks untuk diedarkan kepada mangsa-mangsa banjir. Kita tengok.
So the turbidity of the water more than 200, and one pass only through the membrane, you can get turbidity less than 5. Of course, this water cannot drink directly because we don't have any sanitation for it, so we just remove the turbidity, and then the users, they are asked to boil the water before using it. Okay. But it's very clear water that it is produced. So we were very, very happy with this. So we stayed there 2 days, because this region, they have the floods, but it's not, they still have access to clean water, but we want to test our system. And then we decided to go to the north, to Kelantan, and where we stayed about 2 months there. So next slide, please. Okay, so this one where we stayed, and then we rent a house nearby, and we put the system there for continuously about 2 months. And we had the villagers, they came to our place to take the water. And even there is a small military camp, they came every day to take our water, okay? Still here, the water, they have to boil it. It cannot be used directly for drinking. Using here, we are using river water, air sungai. Yes. The place called Songhai Durian, but there's no durian. It's just the name. We stayed there because we thought there's durian, but there's no durian. Okay. So they came, they bring their own container, they take what they need, and they go free of charge, of course. So after this, we realized the importance of this unit. And when we come back, I think, to our university, we thought how we can make it more presentable, because that one is just, you cannot sell this, it's not economical, it's not physically attractive. So we developed our unit. Next, please. So this unit, one, we put it in Sarawak and Cebu. And we even had, you can play, there's a video there. So we can play, we had the Al Jazeera Arabic, they come to cover this project, because they have a program on what they call them, the successful Arab scientist overseas. So somehow I was chosen, and this project was running, so it was very good. They came, and during one of the festivals, we set up the system for them. And this system was supported by the Ministry of Education under one of their programs with the community. So we put few systems in Peninsula Malaysia, in Sarawak. Mostly they are sponsored by banks, or like Samsung sponsored one unit, etc. Under the CSR programs. It is running now. I think this one, I think in 2015 we put it, still running. It depends how they use it, etc. And produce clean water. Next, please. For this work, I think was recognized by the Icommet Global Award 2018 on the water category. And as I said, sometimes luck is good. Lucky during the ceremony, I was there because I work with Lancaster also. So by coincidence, I was in Lancaster, and the team from Malaysia, they cannot travel. So I went to, because the ceremony was in Manchester, and it's about 1.5 hours from Lancaster, so I went there. That's why you see only me here, but in fact, it's a teamwork. One person cannot do this. You need people to help. Next, please. And this is the latest with the University of Malaya. We got the Innovative Research and Development Award. We got the first prize. This the video there. You can click on the video. The picture there is the video.
We have been experienced recently a lot of natural disaster. Basically, the origin of this natural disaster, as we know, is the climate change. And this has led to floods everywhere. In 2014, when the flood hit Malaysia, especially the north of the country, and people were without clean water for more than 2 months. So we brought our pilot scale system on site. So the system is mobile and small, and it can cater for small villages that are very far inside the forest, and they can get access to clean water.
So for a long-term issue, so we develop our new system now. It's mobile and solar powered, so which can be handled easily without having to be operated by experts in the field of membrane.
We avoid any issues or hazards by not using any chemical to clean the membrane system. This is basically in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, especially SDG 6, clean water and sanitation.
And so we feel that this sort of system that we have developed will be more needed in the future to alleviate the problems of this water crisis going up more all over the world. And we feel it's just an appropriate time for us to come up with this sort of development to be used all over the world, not only in Malaysia, but globally.
One of the ideas that basically due to this pandemic is to equip our future system with more artificial intelligence capabilities that help us maybe to monitor the system remotely. This is a very noble idea and initiative for humanity, and in the long term it will help solve issues related to human life on Earth.
Next, please. Yeah, so that's about my talk, but we still have 2 minutes? 5 minutes, okay. I can, because I am now in some way heading the Center of CO2 Capture and Utilization, so I have a few slides just to present to you the center. As I said, my water project is still going on, but with the collaboration of University of Malaya. So the center, we call the CCDCU, is the Center for CO2 Capture and Carbon Dioxide Capture and Utilization. It started in January 2018. I joined Sunway in July 2017, and the first, my task was to develop or establish a center. So in January, the official birth certificate of the center was given by the Senate, and by November 2018, the center start operating. We have to change from classrooms to labs. Of course, it's a private university, things go very, very fast. So within a few months, we equipped our center. And currently, I think we have more than 100 papers we published. Next, please. This is our vision and mission. Next, I think this is, and this is the team currently. Two of my research fellows, Dr. Fariha and Dr. Azran, they will give in talks, I think, this afternoon in this conference. And I have also Dr. Abita has just joined us in May this year. I have one lab executive, and we have now 4 students, PhD students. No Shahira working on natural amino acid modified activated carbon for CO2 capture. So she's working on a project which is supported by the Ministry of Higher Education, the Fundamental Research Grant Scheme. So she's supported by that. Aisha, she's also doing a PhD. She's started with me I have a project with MIT, from the Mechanical Engineering Department, MIT, where we look at integrating CO2 capture and utilization. We are looking at converting CO2, not from CO2 molecule, but from the CO2 and the captured state. And this is to avoid the regeneration step, which is the most costly and most problematic. And we are working on developing the green solvents, alternate solvents to amines, and they're working on the electrochemical conversion. So she started with me under that project as a research assistant, and now she's a PhD. She's also supported by the ministry and a scheme called Simlatihan Academic. So when she finished with us, she will go back in as a lecturer. So she has first-class student from University of Malaya. And Hawa is doing a PhD with me, but she's supported by Sunway University. She's working also on kinetics of CO2 absorption and electrolytes and amine solutions. And John is also a PhD student supported by Sunway Scholarship. And he's also from first-class student. And he's working on application of artificial intelligence and predicting of CO2 capture states. So I'm recruiting students. I need 2 more students, PhD students. And if anyone interested here, please join me. I have one student coming from Indonesia. He's going to join me in January. So he's also received the Sunway University scholarship. The Sunway University scholarship for PhD is very good because it comes with full fee waiver, 0, you don't pay anything, even the visa are not paid, and 3,000 ringgit as a stipend per month, plus 10,000 every year for the research progress. So what you need to have a master by research with 1 Scopus publication, or a master by coursework with CGPA more than 3.5 with 1 Scopus publication, and you are eligible to apply for this course. So our program is called PhD in Sustainability Science and Technology. It is recognized by MQA, of course, by the government. and it is categorized as an engineering degree. So if there is any interest, we are recruiting. Please contact me. Next, please. Next slide. So these are the areas we are looking at, and we are collaborating a lot with university from Malaysia, from overseas, because I think climate change is a very big problem for the humanity, for the planet, and without collaboration, without partnership, I think it is very, very difficult to tackle this issue. So we believe in collaboration. So soon or so we will have one collaboration with Andalus University, and can be on water as well as also on CO2. Next, please. There are some of our facilities. So it is focusing mainly on CO2 adsorption and absorption, but we have access to other analytical equipment for other centers that are on material. Next slide. So these are we receiving students from Germany, from France. I have collaboration with Toulouse in France, south of France, and almost every year we'll get, except during the COVID, we get students from them. They come for 3 to 4 months to spend time for their research. So these are, I think, some of them. One of them from Germany, very tall. He's not on standing on any chair, but this is real height. Next. We are also establishing the Euro-Asia Carbon Dioxide Capture and Utilization Network, and we hope University of Andalus can join as a member of this. And next, please, I think that's it for my talk today. I think the last slide will be next. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much for the excellent presentation. Merci bien. C'était excellent pour Rosé. So we have still 3 minutes. Maybe if you have just one question, please. Any question? Yes? No?
Hello. Thank you very much. Very impressive talk. I think it really shows how research project can lead to actual application. Any plan for commercialization for the unit?
Yes. Very good question. Yeah, in fact, we developed also for 2 things. Of course, we look to contribute to the community. But of course, a system like this needs budget, is money. And we had also the idea to commercialize it. In fact, the University of Malaya, we appointed a marketing company to help us. Commercialization is not straightforward because you may have very good product, but when go to the market, there's a lot of other what we call criteria or challenges that academician cannot handle. So we are not good businessmen, but we developed the system, and we are still working hard to commercialize it. So we want that. In fact, the team also developing smaller units, even smaller than that, to make it more affordable. And even if we compare ours with the commercial ones or other types in Malaysia, ours is much more cheaper, but still it's difficult to enter the market. So it's very, very, very difficult, but we're not giving up. I think that's and we are looking to commercialize it. Hopefully with more, maybe sometime. We even went to ministers to it looks for us that they want more expensive one for some reason. Not from university, maybe for other reason. But anyway, it's very, very tough, but we are trying to do that.
Well, I'm sorry, but I need to conclude the session. Should you have any questions, you can make discussion during the break session. Yes, another? Okay, just one.
Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum. My name is Fadli from Agricultural Technology of Andalas University. I would like to, this is very interesting because the community services is, that is my focus also. And I have two questions. The first one, is it using commercial membranes? And also, is it possible to only use without the pumping, only by gravity? Because if using pumping, we still use fuel, and also maybe even we use a solar panel, it still need energy. But is it possible to only use gravity? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very good question. First, I think I mentioned, maybe I went very fast. We don't develop membrane. We use commercial ones. Very, in fact, we use the same membrane provider than the one used in the large scale. So it's very good membrane, and the membrane itself, it can remove bacteria. You know, they have, I think, special. It's from Germany. Basically, it's very good because developing membrane is not very simple, especially reproducibility of the membrane. And we want to use this so for people. So we want to have a membrane that it is very reliable. So we don't have headache on the membrane, but the system. So we use commercial ones. We are looking at different other providers now because of the cost of the membrane increased a lot, especially after COVID. And the second question, yes, in fact, I saw when we went to Kelantan, I saw some units by the Red Crescent. They put membrane, but they use by gravity. Okay, it is possible, but not the output is very, very, very small, and you have an issue of backwash. If you want to backwash the membrane for cleaning to remove the layer of particles, you need a pump. But it is possible in terms of an emergency. Sometimes you have to use the gravity if you don't have. But if it is by solar, we see by the solar, in fact, the operating cost is almost zero because you don't use. But of course, solar have some issues of the battery, other things. But to give an estimate, in fact, a system without solar and with solar, the capital cost is about 40% more only. But the long-term operation is very, very, very low. So it is membranes. You need pumps. This is we are using RO. If RO possible to use gravity, but you have nano little bit almost near the nano filtration, it is possible. But if you use RO, impossible. You need a pump.
Well, thank you. And now it's time to conclude the session. Is there any token for the presenter?
Merci bien.
Thank you for the amazing session, Professor Muhammad Khairuddin Arwa. If it may, there will be a short documentary session for you and Dr. Ajar Pratoto. Thank you. Before we continue the next session of keynote speech, we would like to kindly request Professor Muhammad willingness to accept the speaker certificate that will be given by our chairman of Icommet 2023. We would like to kindly request Dr. Engineering Insinyur Dendi Adi Saputra M. STMT to present the certificate.
Yes. What I also know is our provider also focus in the water, especially in Masjid. From the law. Thank you very much. Okay. Also, this is from our department. Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please give an applause.
Tolong bawain, please. Yes, it's okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Professor Muhammad. And thank you for our moderator, Dr. Ajar Pratoto, for your valuable time.
Thank you very much for your active participation. And for the next session, I will hand over the conference chairs to my associate, Dr. Ismet, I suppose. Thank you.
Moving on to the next amazing session, we have the Honorable Dr. Hikfanak from Kanazawa University, Japan. Dr. Hikfanak will be giving his speech by Zoom virtually. As for this session, will be led by our second moderator. Please welcome Mr. Ismet Hari Mulyadi, PhD.
Have you got communication with Dr. Fanak? Dr. Fanak, are you ready? Can you hear my sound? Hello, Dr. Fanak.
Hello.
Hello, 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 hello. You can hear me, yeah? Yeah, yes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. For the next session, from flue gas of coal-fired boiler into electricity. Dr. Fanak, can you begin your presentation, please? Hello.
to start soon, but
Dr. Fana?
yes, yes. Do you hear me?
Can you immediately start your presentation, please?
Okay, I will start.
Time is yours.
Okay. So first of all, I would like to say thank you to Dr. Dandy for giving me this chance to share my previous research and my current research. So today I'm going to talk about the potential of using the waste heat from the power plant. So the outline of my presentation, I will So this is the make a determination based on the acid dew point, because in the flue gas is contained the so when we decrease the temperature of the flue gas, the dew point of acid may be occurs. So that's why we make a calculation the acid dew point of the flue gas, and we have to calculate the specific heat of the flue gas. But the main thing, we don't know the amount of the mass flow rate of the flue gas that we can extract. So we have to make a trial simulation for finding the efficiency of the fin tube heat exchanger by using this process. So to conduct this process, we have to select 4 products of organic Rankine cycle with different specification. We have 4 selected organic Rankine cycle model that provide us the specification also in this table. So we use this specification to apply in the simulation following this diagram and confirm the efficiency of the fin tube heat exchanger with this equation. So when the assume the efficiency and the calculation efficiency is almost the same, so we can achieve the efficiency of fin tube heat exchanger. I'm going to go fast for this one and continue to the next case study. So from this one, we can, from the previous calculation, we can get the efficiency of the fin tube heat exchanger, and we can estimate the maximum fin tube, the maximum of heat recovery that we can extract for each model of organic Rankine cycle, also in this point. So from the calculation, we can get the maximum gross power output that we can get is about 1,250 kilowatt with the product that operate under the temperature heat source is 150 degrees Celsius. And with this product, we can extract almost 100% of the flue gas. Although this product can extract the the most potential output for heat recovery, but this product need to use many units of the ORC module. So from this case, we can suggest to continue to study about the net power output, and we study the techno-economic for this system. So it means that even the gross power output stand for the highest one, but when the system is more complicated, we have to spend more energy for the pump and fan power. So highest gross power output, it doesn't mean that it's the best achievement. So the next step of this case study should be conduct on the net power output and the techno-economic study. So let me move to the case study, second case study. Second case study is my current research in Kanazawa University about the CO2 capture from air or exhaust gas. As we can see in this slide from the report of IPCC, the international government tried to limit the global warming from 1.5 degrees Celsius higher than the pre-industrial. So we have to take the action. From the report tell us that the CO2 concentration in the atmosphere increased about 2 ppm per year. As we can see in this chart, currently the CO2 concentration in the ambient air is higher than 400 ppm. That suggests us to take the action for the CO2 capture. This is the current CO2 capture process that is studied, such as adsorption, gas solid reaction, adsorption, cryogenic membrane process, or nature inclusion. Among of those processes, we attempt to study the adsorption process because we try to employ this process with the low-grade heat source, especially the waste heat from the industrial or solar energy. So with this case, we use the kind of temperature swing adsorption. The temperature swing adsorption is the process that we apply the cool temperature to let the adsorbent to absorb the CO2, and then we apply the heat to the adsorbent to regenerate the adsorbate. From this process, we apply the temperature lower than 100%, so this allows us to integrate this process with the waste heat from the flue gas. So the product that we get from the system is depending on the CO2 concentration from the system. So if the lowest one, we can apply the CO2, we can apply the product gas to the greenhouse. If we achieve the high concentration, we can apply to industrial, or another way we can inject the product gas into the underground. In this case study, the problem of TSA process is energy that we supply for heating process. When we attempt to lower the regeneration temperature, the separation performance will be decreased. And for TSA process, the disadvantage is increasing the temperature and decrease the temperature. Adsorbent is taking time. So for this case, we try to challenge with the structure the adsorbent to improve the thermal responsiveness in order to shortening the cycle time. In this research, we focus on the preparation experimental apparatus. We prepare the simple adsorption, desorption step, and we install and calibrate the sensor for measurement device. And we focus on the adsorption process developing. So we just choose the commercial adsorbent and then prepare the adsorbent by select the heat exchanger to make the adsorber. That adsorbent can be coated or can be packed in the heat exchanger. And then we investigate the cycle operation for the experiment. This is how we prepare the adsorber. As we can see in this figure, one adsorber is a kind of coating preparation, and another one is the kind of a packing preparation. So the material that we use in these studies is a zeolite, and we want to know the effective or structure the adsorbent, the one that we pack, and another one is coated. So from this experiment, from this adsorbent, we will apply the experimental condition also in this table. So because generally the exhaust flue gas from the steam power plant contain the CO2 concentration around 10%. So we simulate the feed gas that contains CO2 concentration about 10% and balance with the nitrogen. For the initial step, we conduct the adsorption and desorption under the dry condition, but in the actual condition, the flue gas contain the moisture. Even in the ambient air also contain the moisture. So TSA process. In the next step, we focus on the adsorption in under the humid condition. But for the initial step, we focus the experiment under the dry condition. So the temperature that we apply to temperature swing adsorption is 20 and 80. It means that adsorption occurs at 20 degrees Celsius and regeneration occurs at 80 degrees Celsius. The main index that we apply in this study is the CO2 concentration at the regeneration outlet and the CO2 recovery ratio that is calculated based on this formula. And our experimental apparatus is also in this figure. This is the system that we make to simulate the feed gas. And the purge gas that we use is dry air. So our experimental apparatus support to adsorber. It means that with the two adsorber we can saving the energy. If we use one adsorber, when the adsorption change to desorption, hot water or cold water will be standby. So we will waste energy for the standby time. So that's why most of our experiment conduct for two adsorber. While one take the adsorption process and another one is take the desorption process. So this is the result of our experiment. From this result, we can see that the CO2 concentration and of the coated adsorber so the highest performance at the beginning time. But the CO2 concentration of the packing absorber so the highest performance at the longer cycle time. And the CO2 amount per mass of adsorbent, the coated absorber show the better result than the packing one. This is because of the heat transfer. For the coated absorber, it allows the heat transfer to transfer faster than the packed heat absorber because of the contact resistance between the fin of the heat exchanger and the absorbent. Since most of the contact resistance is reused by the coating, so that's why heat transfer from the cool water or hot water is faster compared to the packing absorbent. So to prove this result, we can confirm by the temperature profile of each absorbent. This is the temperature profile of the coated absorber, and this is the temperature profile of the packing absorber. So from this temperature profile, it is indicated that the heat transfer inside the coated one occurs faster than the packing one. That's why it allows the CO2 concentration of the coated one occurs at the short cycle time, and the packing one indicate the high CO2 concentration at the long cycle time because of amount of the packing absorbent is higher than the coating absorbent. So from this result, we can conclude that coating absorbent heat exchanger is so the better performance than the packing one. An absorption rate per absorbent coating weight is 4 times faster than achieved by the packing absorber at the optimum cycle time for each absorber. However, the structure of the heat exchanger that we apply in this study is still simple, and as we can see in here, there is a more dead space. So that's why we suggest the heat exchanger that have the structure honeycomb. So from that structure, we expect to maximize the CO2 separation. For this study, we can the audience can get more detail about the experiment in this paper. So that's all for my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Fanak. Is there any question to Dr. Fanak? Or, yeah, the first question from Dr. Dendi. Would you hand it microphone to Dr. Dendi, please?
Hello, Bong. Konnichiwa. Can you show this Zoom participant, Rifki? So please show our face. I would like to see our colleagues in Kanazawa University. Hello, Bong. You can hear me? Participant, please allow me to say Bong to our friend or our colleague in Kanazawa University, because Bong is also same with the brother. That's right? Bong, you can hear me?
Yeah, Bong, I can hear you.
Okay, how are you today?
I'm good, Bong.
Okay, there is no many work, I think, in our lab today. Okay, actually, I'm very happy to see you in our seminar, and thank you very much for your attending our seminar and give some speech and some knowledge for us. And I would like to, I just want to know about this, the trend of the CO2 capture technology that developed in Kanazawa University at this moment. Maybe you know what is the new trend that's research that we conduct in our laboratory. Can you share some information to us?
Yes, Bong. Bong, yeah, Bong, Dr. Dendi. Thank you for your question, Bong. Currently, our lab focusing on the both direct air capture and CO2 capture from the flue gas. We have tried many type of commercial adsorbent, but we focus to develop the absorption process because each adsorbent have a unique characteristic. So it needs a special absorption process for each adsorbent. Currently, we focus at the way to improve the heat transfer from the cooling or heating source to adsorbent, because heating process is important for the TSA process. This is the answer you need, Bo?
Okay, I think I think that's enough. But I think I hope you still healthy and success in Kanazawa at this moment. And do you have come back to Cambodia?
I just come back to Cambodia.
Okay. I think that's all. Thank you, Pak Ismet.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Dendi. Part of presentation of Dr. Vandak, talking about the Rankine cycle. Might it attract Dr. Ajar or Dr. Uyung to ask a question about it? Okay, Dr. Uyung. Nothing. How about the other participant? Do you have any question to Dr. Vandak? Okay. It's closed. Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Vandak, for your attractive presentation and for your knowledge sharing in this conference. Thank you very much again. Hope you're doing well there. And do you still study in Kanazawa? No. You complete your study there.
Currently, I just graduated 1 month ago.
Okay. So you're doing postdoctoral there?
I'm doing postdoc.
Okay. Might be success there, yeah?
I hope so.
Okay, thank you very much.
That's all for this session.
Thank you for the amazing session, Dr. Vanak, that has joined us virtually by Zoom. As for the certificate, the committee will contact you and give it online. Now we're moving on to the next session.
How about for the next session? Do we need to suspend a little while or just keep going? Because this break time, right, isn't it? Yeah. Continue. Okay. For the next session, the presentation will be delivered by Dr. Uyung Gatot Sasradinata. So we welcome Dr. Uyung to join me on the stage.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Professor Dr. Ing Uyung Gatot Syafrawi Dinata.
Okay, what the title for your presentation?
Please, so title is how to make experiments and production of innovation product.
All right. So can you prepare the presentation material for Dr. Uyung, please? Udah.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I can start the presentation, yeah? With the introduction. Can I stand up? Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, in the middle of the day, we still have one last presentation for the key presentation. I hope you stay calmly, and yeah, because we stop now. Okay, we wait, please. The committee would like to show my presentation. Yeah. Yeah. In Andalas University, there is a policy for the research and community services. Yeah. Yeah, this is my presentation with the title of the experiments to production of water genset. Water genset using a blower as turbine for low-cost picohydro power plant. I hope this interesting for you. And please, next, please. Yeah, the presentation will be presented first by introduction, methodology, result, and conclusion. And please, next, please. Yeah. We would like to introduce our research. This research started maybe 15 years ago. Yeah. And we know in the renewable energy, hydro power plant is one of technology to extract energy from the water height to be electrical power, for example. And Indonesia has so many nature resources for the water power plant, and West Sumatra could provide hydroelectrical power up to 1,500 megawatts. And there are so many locations suitable for a small scale of hydropower plant with output up to 5 kilowatt, yeah, with low flow rate and low head. Yeah. And the cost of the turbine will lead the expensive cost for hydropower plant, because the turbine should be designed according to the local parameters. Yeah. But we can try to make the price, the cost of the hydropower plant lower, especially for the small scale hydropower plant, using a blower. Yeah. Blower or air blower is available in market, and the cost for the blower is not so expensive. Maybe the cost will be 1 to 100. Yeah. And this is advantage for us to build a small-scale hydropower plant using a blower. And next, please. This is the principle of how air blower could be used as a turbine. The left upper picture shows us air blower, and the right side is the water turbine or hydro turbine. This should be almost similar, yeah. But the flow, first air blower use of course air, and turbine use water, yeah? And direction of the flow should be opposite. Yeah? And when the blower, with this principle, the blower could be used as turbine, but the flow of the water should be opposite to the direction of the airflow. And we could also modify this blower, especially for the impeller to be the runner of the turbine with modification. The modification could be the curvature of the blade. Yeah? The blade could be installed or used so as streamlined as possible, yeah, to the water. And next, please. We have conducted many experiments in the laboratory, and we could conclude that blower could be used as water turbine. But the problem is the efficiency is very low, and with modification, this suitable modification, we can increase the efficiency maybe up to 20 to 30%. Yeah? And okay, next, please. Yeah, this is the blower available in the market. It's very cheap, and we try to use this blower to be a turbine. Yeah, and the cost is just only maybe $20. Yeah, it's very cheap, very cheap. And here is the parameters of the blower: the outlet diameter, local price, rotation speed, input power, number of blades, impeller diameter, blade thickness, blade width, and clearance width. And the configuration and the construction of the impeller of the blower could be act as a runner of a turbine, water turbine, but in the opposite manner. Next, please. And here is the experiment setup we use in our laboratory. Next, please. And here the experiment setup. This is the photo, and then we try to make 3 condition of the blades. Yeah, the first is backward curve is normal blades from the original blower, and radial blades we modified, yeah, and forward curve blades, yeah. And here the data analysis, water input power, mechanical output power, and efficiency we try to examine. Next, please. Yeah, here is the simple result of the experiment, yeah, with this increasing head of the system, the power output will be increased, yeah, and the modification, especially for the forward side, the efficiency is the most value, yeah, the highest value. And next, please. But in the efficiency, with increasing head, the efficiency even lower, yeah. Okay, next, please. Here is the efficiency versus flow rate, yeah. And the maximum efficiency could be achieved with a head of 6 meters. And next, please. Here is the chart of the power and efficiency diagram versus head, and we can conclude that the modified forward blades is the best power and the best efficiency we could achieve. And next, please. Here is another experiment, yeah, with the various diameter, and we tried not in the laboratory, yeah, but in the field. Yeah, we conducted also field tests to examine the increasing diameter could increase efficiency. And next, please. Here the field test, yeah, near in the campus of Andalas University, and here is the result, this simple result. Next, please. Yeah, this with increasing diameter and the efficiency increases, yeah, yeah. Next, please. And we try to register the technology, the product, and we have already patent granted, yeah, from this blower as turbine. And next, please. And now we try to make production. I'm sorry, this is we have another slide, but okay, it's no problem. Yeah. I will try to explain. Here is the design. We would like to commercialize this product, and we try to design the product with the compact construction, and we're using casing, yeah, instead of the powerhouse. That's why the cost is make it lower. Yeah? And here this is the maybe in the rural community there is chicken farm, yeah, and fish farm, and they need electrical power for feed processing, lighting, and so on. And this small-scale hydropower plant could be used to be alternatives to produce electrical power in small-scale power. And next, please. Here is the, we try to make this genset portable. And this could be placed in the water. Yeah, and it could be exposed to the rain. It's no problem. And we can bring manually to another place if we would like to. And please, next. Here is the position when we try to utilize this hydropower plant, this Pico hydropower plant. And next, please. Here's the product. With this is the design. We have already registered this design to the like a patent and so on. Yeah. And next, please. Here the application, and these are 3 water gensets are already delivered to the community. And here's the application of the water genset installed by the river, and we just put the water gensets as you like everywhere, and you can get electrical power, but just only 5 kilowatt, 1 kilowatt, maybe 1,500 kilowatt, and so on. But that's only for the small scale power output. And next, please. We can get the video for that? Just click, maybe. Yeah, here's our demonstration of the intake in the irrigation canal. Try to extract power from the water, and the water delivered to the water genset, and then we can get electrical power. Next, please. Yeah, maybe you can try to play the video. We bring students Okay, thank you very much. That's all, I think, for our presentation. I hope you enjoyed
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yung, for your innovative idea about the handheld genset, isn't it? Okay. If anyone has a question about Dr. Yung project, can you ask Dr. Yung will be pleased to answer the question. Yes, Professor.
Thank you very much. I think your system can combine with my water system to have a very good idea. How much is the cost of that?
Good question. Normally, the price for the good design, well-designed small-scale hydropower plant, for the Pico hydropower plant, in Indonesian rupiah is about 50 million rupiah. 50 million rupiah. But this technology just only 5 million rupiah. 1/10 the price. Yeah, it's very cheap. I think the rural community can buy this water genset for the electrical power.
Careful at home also. We have the rainwater coming sometimes.
Yeah, we happy because we can help community in the rural location, and then they can have electrical power for the business or for the chicken farm or fish farm and so on. Maybe for another product business, small scale enterprises in the rural community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just only 1/10 the price from the normal design. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, other question, please. Yeah, one question at the back.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Moderator. I would like to ask, how much height the minimum of the generator can operate, and then how many kilowatt can be get maybe in 10 meters height. Okay, in 10 meter heights, how many kilowatt? Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the question, and I would like to answer that for this Pico hydropower plant, we need about 10 to 20, 10 to 15 meters for the head, and flow rate, it could be 1 liter per second to 5 liter per second. Liter, yeah, not cubic meter. And we can get about 500 watt, 1 kilowatt, 1.5 kilowatt, and so on. But the power is just lower, should be lower than the 5 kilowatt. This is for Pico hydro power plant, hydropower plant. And it is okay, yeah? This is the answer, I think. I hope you are satisfied. And I would like to add some answer for you to compare to the genset, yeah, for the gasoline genset. We buy gasoline genset as about 2 or 3 million rupiah, and this product, because that's only because this is not mass production, not yet. This more expensive from the gasoline genset. Gasoline genset we can buy with 3 million rupiah, and this about 5 million rupiah with the installation, and with the intake and the hose for delivery of the water, yeah, and electrical installation. And just about 5 million rupiah. But the well-designed Pico hydro power plant is about 50 million rupiah. This is 10 times. The price is 10 times to our product. Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Okay, still other question? Okay, one from the ladies from at the back.
Thank you. What about the speed and volume of water on its performance Pico hydro? Thank you.
Please.
What about the speed and volume water
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
on
For
its performance?
Yeah, this RPM is about 500 RPM. We can use permanent magnet generator (PNG) for this small scale power plant. And what is next? The speed and the flow rate. Yeah, flow rate is just 1 to 5 liter per second. Liter per second. It's suitable for this blower for the turbine. And I would like to inform you also that we use also now compressor to be a turbine. And this is a centrifugal or radial turbine, a blower, and we have a plan to use axial flow blower to be an axial turbine. And for the compressor, we use, turbocharger. Yeah, this turbocharger has also compressor. This is very cheap compared to the compressor, normal compressor. And we can use this as a turbine, and the efficiency is much higher than the blower because the design is very sophisticated. And that's all I think. Bu, okay, Bu. The answer is okay? Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Yung. I think it's enough for this session. If you still have any inquiry about this innovative idea, you can do a discussion at our break time. And it means this is the end of our session, and also the end of for the whole keynote speaker session. So it means we can terminate the discussion, and as a moderator, I will give back the role to the event organizer. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you for this amazing session, Dr. Ing Uyung Gatot Syafrawni Dinata, MT. Ladies and gentlemen, before we enter break time, we would like to kindly ask Dr. Uyung willingness to accept the speaker certificate will be given by our committee, Dr. Insinyur Oknovia Susanti, MN.
We would also like to invite Dr. Ajar Pratoto, our first moderator earlier, to receive the moderator certificate that will be given by Bu O. Thank you, Dr. Ajar. Please give an applause. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your all attention and time for following the keynote speech earlier. Now it is time for us to enter break time and prayer time of Zuhur. We will return to this room into the parallel session begin at 2 p.m. As for the lunch, Lunch is already served outside of this ballroom. You may eat the lunch and will return at 2 p.m. later on. Thank you.
West Sumatra, famous for its ancient history, echoing through its canyons. Wonderful contours formed by the tectonic slabs, with fertile volcanic land crossed by the grandeur of Bukit Barisan. Ageless natural beauty is felt every step we walk and every sight we see, leaving behind countless tales of myths, hard to be neglected. Catch the beauty of Lake Maninjau. Wonderful landscape is witnessed when we fly over the top of Lawang Hill. Priceless high elevated adventure. Pedaling together around Singkarak Lake. Experience the phenomenon of walking on the living bridge, while the waterfall refreshes the travelers.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to all participants are kindly requested to enter the parallel sessions room based on their paper. As for this room, to ladies and gentlemen in the middle area, to please move to the other side of the room. We will use this ballroom into 2 rooms with partition in the middle. We will begin the parallel session shortly. Thank you. Hadirin yang terhormat, diumumkan sekali lagi untuk kepada partisipan dari parallel session untuk dapat memasuki ruangannya masing-masing. Sedangkan untuk ballroom ini akan dijadikan 2 ruangan dengan partisi di tengahnya. Diharapkan kepada hadirin yang berada di tengah-tengah ballroom untuk berpindah duduk sebentar agar pihak hotel dapat memasangkan partisi pada ballroom ini. Sekian dan terima kasih.
Sun, screen.